Can we please have the boys 11 and over for the 200-meter individual medley down to the marshals area, please, if you're competing in the boys 11 and over 200-meter individual medley down to the marshals area, please. This is the boys 11 and over 200-meter individual medley, heat number 1. We're off and underway in this opening heat of the boys 11 and over 200-meter individual medley. In lane 1 down to 7, we have Finlay Gilham, Gabriel Barrett, William Irvine, Llewellyn Porter, Cannonball Fendon, Henry Norman and Jacob Holder. Can I just please remind swimmers that are done by the poolside, when you do leave the poolside, make sure that you are wearing shoes and are dried off. Especially the second floor at the moment, it is quite slippy. So please, if you can, come upstairs with your shoes on, and anywhere that is not the poolside with your shoes on and dried off. That would be very much appreciated. Thank you. And at the end of this opening heat in lane 4, Llewellyn Porter gets a time of 2:10.48 to get the fastest time in heat 1. Well, at the end of that heat then, confirmed top 3 times, Henry Norman with a time of 2:16.37. Callum Wolfenden with a time of 2:13.32. And once again in lane 4 with the best time in that heat, Llewellyn Porter with a time of 2:10.48. Next up is heat 2 and 3 of these preliminary qualifiers for the finals later on this evening. This is our final session of heats throughout today. Plenty more heat still to come though. We've just got a short stoppage here as the officials do look into a slight issue in lane 3 with one of the starting blocks. If anyone's got a spanner, you can go down there, maybe help out. Although why you'd be bringing a spanner to a swimming event, I'm not too sure. If you are joining us on the live stream, big hello to you. I'm aware comments aren't off. Well, aren't on, should I say. They are off, so you're not actually able to say hello back to me. But I hope you're doing well. I hope you've had a lovely Sunday thus far, wherever you are watching from around the world. You can always leave a like or dislike, actually, if you're not enjoying the swimming. But we wouldn't very much appreciate those likes on the live stream. Believe throughout the weekend, we've not actually had a dislike yet. So clearly we're doing something right on the Swim England live stream. But of course, we're not just talking to those at home. We're also talking to those in venue. And I'm just looking around now in the stands. Everyone is looking rather tired, to be honest. No one's particularly alive. A couple of Nintendo Switches around, a couple of books being read. TikTok is probably the most used app of the weekend here, I'd say. So whatever you're doing, I hope you're enjoying yourself. Maybe tucking into some lunch now. I've heard the paninis are quite good down in the cafe. But again, we are just waiting for a delay to be solved down on the starting block. We've got 2 more preliminary heats of the boys 11 and over 200 metre individual medley. And hopefully we can get back off and underway very soon. Well, once again, we are just waiting for the delay to be sorted with one of the starting blocks. So why not run you through what we have got coming up today? After these 200-metre individual medleys, we've got 14 heats for the girls in the 50-metre freestyle. Then once we've got through those, and we will get through those rather quickly, we have got the boys 11 and over 50-metre backstroke, so plenty of 50 metres coming up through the day. After that, we move back to the girls for the 100-metre backstroke, and then onto the boys for the longer distance, the 200-metre freestyles, with 12 heats of that coming up shortly enough. Later on in event 406, we have the 200-metre butterfly in the girls, quickly followed by the boys 100-metre breaststroke. 9 heats of that before we wind down our day with some 400-metre freestyles. And then after that, we'll be heading into our finals. It's been a very good weekend so far of swimming competition, but we do not want to leave a sour taste in the mouth when we all leave this venue. So if you have got rubbish, any banana skins, any fruits, you know, yeah, this guy in front of me knows. This guy knows in front of me. He's eating a banana now. Don't leave your banana skin lying around. Yeah, you got one behind you. Exactly. Make sure to be moving them banana skins, putting everything in the bin so we can leave this venue quickly, sharply, and the way we turn up here, nice and clean. Look, he's loving life here. He's loving life. Wagging his finger at me. You've got the banana skin behind you. Well, again, we are just still waiting on that delay, trying to fill time best we can. A reminder that throughout the afternoon's events, if you do want to withdraw from competition, you can do so from the withdrawal desk on the right-hand side of the swimming pool. And you can do that all the way up until the warm-ups before the finals. Well, as we are filling time, it's a good time just to give you a bit of promotion for the Swim England Pathway Coaches Conference, which is taking place on the Sunday 13th of November and Monday 14th of November. So a week today and a week tomorrow in Northampton, the Swim England Pathway Coaches Conference will be taking place. Tickets for both of those days are still available on the Swim England website, and if you do want more information, it can be found on there also. And a quick reminder to our coaches, our teachers, and our swimmers. They're all down on the pool side. Make sure that you have your accreditation visible at all times when you are down on the pool side. This just helps us make the day run a little bit smoother. Well, I think there's a bit of activity down there. Well, let's give it up for our team of officials that have just managed to sort it out. I think we are ready to get back off and underway in these heats. We've had quite a long delay. You had to deal with some of my waffle, but I think we're about ready. Heat number 2. And finally, it's lights out and away we go in this boys 11 and over 200 meter individual medley. In lane 1 to 7, we have Sammy Benadir, Lewis Jarrett, Rahil Mahmood, Matthew Rogers, Nick Finch, Pip Sinbos, and Kevin Sow. Ages in this one ranging from 15 to 22, all competing to try and get into our finals later on this evening. Well, as we finally get to the end of this much-awaited and anticipated 200-metre individual medley, the second heat, and the fastest time goes to Nick Finch in lane 5 with a time of 2:10.17. Well, just a quick announcement for you. Unfortunately, lane 3 has developed a fault, so we'll have around a 10-minute break now while we reseed all our swimmers so that we can exclude lane 3 for the rest of the day. We do apologise for this delay. It will not affect any of the races as we are reseeding all of our competitors so that we can race without a lane 3. So please bear with us while we get this sorted, and your patience is very much appreciated. Thank you. Heat 3. So in this third heat, I'm going to say the penultimate one. I believe we're going to have a fourth heat in a moment's time with only 4 swimmers into it. We currently have in lane 5, we have Joshua Singer, followed by Noah Oladelia Jose in lane 6. In lane 7, we have Brian Dinev, and in lane 8, we have Edward Marcel Whittles. Well, at the end of that, it's lane 8 that takes the fastest time, 2:09.5. Marcel Whittles from Chelsea and Westminster with the fastest time. Heat number 4. Well, in this heat number 4, or heat 3.5 of the 11 and over 200 metre individual medley, we have in lane 5 Henry Gray, followed by Aidan Orpin in lane 6. Lane 7, Richie Grant and Josh Inglis in lane 8. At the end of this Heat 3.5/Heat 4, we have Henry Gray in lane 5 with a time of 2:06.77. And Aidan Orpin with a time of 2:09.59, getting the second fastest time. But Henry Gray, the fastest in Heat 4. This is the girls' 11 and over 50 metre freestyle heat number 1. So out in lane 2 to 6 here, we have Charlotte Hyde, Amelia Russell, Tierney Rooney, Grace Toome, and Camilla Sutton in the 50 metres. And looking like they're going to get the fastest time in this opening heat. Very close between lanes 5 and 3. And it does indeed go to lane 5. Grace Toome with a time of 29.99, just below that 30-second threshold. And beating lane 3 by 1/100th of a second. Heat number 2. Well, off and underway in this 50 metre. We're seemingly back on track. We are about half an hour beyond schedule, but with these 50 metres, we'll be back on schedule in no time. This is the second of 14 heats. And out on this near side, they're trying and beat lane 7, but they won't be able to do so. Natasha Greer with a time of 29.98, getting the fastest time. Heat number 3. This is the third heat now. We're back on to our scheduled path. And at the moment, going a pathway towards the fastest time is in lane 3, getting the fastest time. This time, Katie Trumper comes out on top, trumping the rest with a time of 28.97. Heat number 4. So confirmed here now. If you want to change any of these or withdraw, then go down to the withdrawal desk. Henry Gray, Edwin Marcel Whittles, Aidan Orpin, Nick Finch, Llewellyn Porter, Brian Dynev, Noah Oladele, Jose Rahil Mahmood, and your reserves Henry Norman and Pip Sinpost, as well as Roger Matthews, Callum Wolfenden and William Irvine. Make sure to go down to the withdrawals desk to confirm if you want to take part or not take part in the 200 metre individual medley final. Fastest time here goes to Isabella Loynes with a time of 28.14. Heat number 5. Heat number 5. Well, in this 5th heat, we do have a disqualification for a technical infraction. That was lane 5's Alex Sharrock, but the remainder we have Charlotte Shaw, Gabriella Gadu-Malari, Indigo Stone, Daisy Draper, Phoebe Cousins, Grace Tricker, and Daisy Darby. And getting in there in lane 3 is Indigo Stone with a time of 28.69. Heat number 6. Thank you. Well, in this 6th heat, we have Lauren Bond, Charlotte Chowdhury, Dinah Benadia, Lily Fletcher, Maddie Brown, Natalia Kelsall, and Isabel Sanders. And in lane 4, just pushing out in front is Lily Fletcher. Will she get there? Will she not? And indeed, she doesn't. It goes to lane 7's Natalia Kelsall with a time of 29.06. Heat number 7. Coming into the tail end then in the last couple of meters of this one. And out in lane 5, getting the fastest time is Bianca Jamal with a time of 28.7. Heat number 8. Well, another 8 competitors in this 8th heat, ranging from 13 all the way up to 16. So they're all trying their best now to try and get into those finals later on, these being the preliminary heats. We're past the halfway mark now of the race and of these heats, and getting the fastest time in this one goes to... Well, in fact, I'm not actually too sure, as our timing board has not quite updated yet with those times. And I can confirm that it is time of 28.32. Heat number 9. Well, in this 9th heat now, we have ages ranging from 12 to 17. So a couple of different age categories in this one, all gunning to try and get their place in the final later on this evening. And out in lane 5, it's 16-year-old Elizabeth McClune, who touches the timing board first with a time of 28.88. Heat number 10. Out in the lead then in our 10 feet of 14. In lane 4 is Annabelle Wilson. And she does indeed get there first, 28.5 her time. Heat number 11. Well, leading the way at the moment in lane 3. Maybe the curse lane, but definitely not at the moment for Amelia Bryan, the 17-year-old from Beckenham, who gets the fastest time, comfortably so, with a time of 27.22 seconds. Heat number 12. Well, after a slight delay, we are back off and underway. Flipping around at one end, 25 metres to go in this 12 heat. And leading the way at the moment, very hard to call between, I'd say about 5 of the lanes, to be honest. I'll have to go to the timing board for this one. Not got a clue who's going to get there first. And it's just about, I believe, lane 4. Amelia Magiloko with a time of 27.69. Heat 13. In the penultimate heat now, leading the way in lane 3 is Tolawani Adelaja, getting closer and closer, but creeping up behind her in lane 4 is Kezia Titterton. Who gets there first? It is in lane 4 with a time. Are those actually identical times? Yes, they are. Between lanes 3 and lane 4, we've had another photo finish between Tolawani Adelaja and Kezia Titterton. Heat 14. Well, after that dramatic photo finish, we're off and underway in our final heat of this event. And 25 metres to go. We head down the other way in lane 4. That's where we're looking. With Katie Laven, the 25-year-old, racing ahead of her competitors. She's almost certain to be in the final later on with a time like that of 25.6 seconds. This is the boys 11 years and over 50 metre backstroke heat number 1. So there has been a disqualification from Heat 10 in lane 5 from our previous event due to a technical infraction. Once more, disqualification from Heat 10 in the previous event in lane 5 for a technical infraction. And at the end of that heat, the fastest time goes to lane 4. Thomas with a time of 30.07. Heat number 2. Well, this is heat 2 of 6. At the moment, as they turn around at the 50-metre line, well, the 25-metre line to head back to complete the 50 metres, this being the sprint version of the backstroke. And I want to say, out in lane 7 is in the lead. We'll see now as they touch the time board. Indeed, lane 7 with a time of 29.34 for Taurus Yanivesius. Heat number 3. Over on the far side then at the moment in the lead in lane 7 is Oladele Jose. And he's been ever present so far this week. But it is getting very close and nervy as we enter the closing stages of this 50-metre. Just poking ahead now in lane 4 is Lorenzo Dufour, who gets the time, the best time of 29.11. Heat number 4. Off and underway then in heat 4 of 6. Leading the way at the moment is in heat 4, in lane 4. It is Henry Gray who touches the timing board first with a time of 26.77. Heat number 5. Well, leading the way at the moment in between lanes 4 and 5. That's where the real battle is going on. That's a brilliant swim there from lane 4's Jason Mamatoglu. Managed to go pretty much half the length of the pool underwater before popping up and finishing it off with a time of 26 seconds. Heat number 6. Well, in the final 50 metre then, let's see who can come out on top. Force their way into the final later on this evening in lane 5, just poking out ahead. It is James Sproston who gets a time of 27.29. This is the girls 11 and over 100 metre backstroke heat number 1. Well, the fastest time in this opening heat will go to lane number 5, Annabelle Nash, with a time of 1:08.46. And just as she comes down towards the finish, let's just give a bit of encouragement to Charlotte Hyde in lane 1. Tremendous effort from it. She gets closer and closer to that timing board. Heat number 2. Into the final 25 metres, and I'm just pushing out in front at the moment in lane 3 is Ellie Fries, who gets that time of 1:09.05, claiming the fastest time in this second of 6 heats. Heat number 3. Well, out in that central lane, lane 4, Kieran McArdle will claim that time now with 1:07.87, fastest time in this third heat. Heat number 4. Well, at the halfway stage then of this 100-meter backstroke in these heats, heat 4 of 6. And out in lane 4, Emilia Magaloko gets a time of 103.92 in this 4th heat. Heat number 5. Penultimate heat then of this 100-meter backstroke. And out in the lead at the moment in lane 6 is Emily Salafini, who will be hoping to try and push herself into tonight's finals. And looking to try and cement that place now is indeed Emily Serafini, which she does with a time of 105.77. Heat number 6. Well, out in lane 4 in this final heat is Isabel Eiley. Currently in the lead in a bright, I want to say red, potentially pink swimsuit with that black cap down in lane 4. At least a swimmer's body in front of her nearest competitor, and she'll get to that time board with a time of 1:03 dead. Excellent time there, 2.5 seconds faster than her opposition in lane 5. This is the boys 11 and over 200 meter freestyle heat number 1. Well, as this gets underway, I have got a couple of finalists to read out. We'll start with event 402. If you hear your name read out, that means you've made it into the final. And if you're on the reserves list, please do go to the withdrawal desk to check if you can get into the final. So we have Mabel Sarah Hayes, Talawani Adelaja, Kezia Tinnerton, Julia Paulick, Elsa Bridge, Eleanor Chadwick, Beatrice Pickering, Sophia Galev, Katie Latham, Amelia Bryan, Amelia Mayaloco, Lilu Says, Isabel Eiley, Emma Boogan, Tallulah Paisley, and Matilda Lack, with your reserves overall Annie Sanders, Indigo Spence, and Annabelle Wilson and Scarlett Bureau. And in event 403, your finalists are Henry Gray, Joseph Adams, Mehmet Zeren, Aidan Orpin, Noah Oladelia Jose, Lucas Malsev, Sam Adams, Storm Hegenhugen, Jason Mamatoglu, James Sproston, Shaquille Giordani, Brandon Biss, Oscar Sulas, Aaron Wilson, Jonathan Rudd, and Lorenzo Dufour, with your reserves Keegan Jemmett, Omar Hasbala, Alan Smeets, and Luke Oladelli Jose. Make sure to go down to the withdrawals desk to get those confirmed for the final later on. And in fact, I've just been handed some more finals for event 404. So again, it's the same rules apply. If you hear your name read out, you've made it to the finals. And if you're on the reserve list, make sure to go down to the withdrawals desk to check. So we have Martina Calabas, Emily Serafini, Thomasina Grove, Lavina Rica, Veronica Venuti, Kayla Van Zyl, Annabelle Nash, and Claire Jenkins, with your reserves Stella Odsden and Ellie Fries. And then for the 17 and over, we have Isabel Eiley, Katie Latham, Kieran McCardle, Charlotte Cole, Scarlett Bureau, Matilda Like, and Blythe Jolly Ellis. Heat number 2. So our previous 401 event final is now being rescored and rescheduled. So please disregard any previous mentions or information about event 401's final. That is currently being reconsidered and looked at. So stand by for confirmation on that. Well, out in lane 4 at the moment, charging out in the head. My very comfortable margin is Emil Daleen in heat 2. Representing Bromley, the 15-year-old, trying to get himself into the finals later on with a time of 2:04.8. Heat number 3. Well, at the halfway stage so far, it's neck and neck between lanes 4 and 5. Very close indeed. Just have a look. Sorry, lanes 5 and 6. My apologies. Lanes 5 and 6 doing very well at the moment. That is Jack Kears and Thomas Brenner-Tran. And just edging it out at the moment is in lane 5. That is Jack Kears of Teddington, the 13-year-old. The one alongside him is another one from Teddington, 17-year-old. Both of them going for different age classes. They both flip around pretty much at the same time there, again in lanes 5 and 6. And out in lane 5, confirming the fastest time there is Jack Kears. Gets quite a loud cheer away to our right here at the announcement desk. But Jack Kears with the fastest time, 2:06.36. Heat number 4. Well, in heat 4, we have Harry Blackman, followed by Edouard Lecure, Yaya Al-Qaderi, Oliver Hanley, Rocco Giustiani, Leon Biss, Doga Palala, and Luca Riedard. Very close at the minute between, I'm going to say, from lane 2 to 6, pretty much all in a line at the moment, with just probably the tip of that line, the tip of the diamond, in lane 4 being Oliver Hanley. Oliver Hanley is indeed in the lead at the moment by about half a second. Be hoping he can hang on for the next 100 metres. Well, out in lane 5, getting the fastest time with a time of 2:06.83 goes to Rocco Giustiani. Nice time there. Heat number 5. Into the final 12.5 metres then, and over in lane 7, taking quite a surprise lead. Dennis O'Brien looks straight to the scoreboard to see a time of 2:07.44, and he looks delighted with that effort. Heat number 6. Well, in this 200-metre freestyle from lane 1 to 8, we have Ben Farquhar-Smith, Joshua Singer, Theodore Detajan, Thomas Chittick, Raphael Huil, Yassine Selmani. And then in lane 8, we have Stephen Harden-Wilson. Out in the lead at the moment then by quite a comfortable margin of about 6 seconds in lane 5. That is Raphael Huil in lane 5, representing Greenwich Royal Swimming Club. Really not too far away from home here at Glassmill. And indeed, he does confirm his time of a time of 2:03.29. Well, about 3 seconds ahead of his nearest competitor. Nicely done. Heat number 7. So this is a revised timetable and schedule for event 401. So please do listen up if you are going to be part of that event or was previously involved in that event. And it has now changed. So the following names have made it through to the final. We have Henry Gray, Edward Marcel Whittles, Nick Finch, Llewellyn Porter, Brian Dinev, Raheel Mahmood, Henry Norman and Pip Simpos, and your reserves are Aidan Orpin and Noah Oladele Jose. And in the boys 17 and over category, we have Matthew Rogers, Callum Wolfenden and William Irvine. Please do go down to the withdrawals desk if you are unsure or if you would like to withdraw from event 401. Well, this is heat 7. We've got no lane 5, but in the rest of the lanes we have Jacob Holder, Luke Cleaver, Daniel Strelsov, Luke Knight, Mark Rigo, Dimi Dragonov, and Arthur Corey Wright. Well, out in lane 4, Luke Knight gets across the line in the fastest time, 2:03.71 for lane 4's Luke Knight. And he's delighted with that, just smashing the water out in lane 4. Heat number 8. Well, at the start of this 200-metre freestyle for the boys 11 and over, in lane 1, down to 8, we have Cillian Bramham, Virgil Alexandra, Seb Williams, Jonathan Road, Andrew Swamley. We skip lane 6 to lane 7, where we have Terrell Lanigan, and then in 8, we have Lawrence Wilson. We are already past the 50-metre stage then of this freestyle, and this being the 8th heat of 12 overall. We're absolutely flying through. A reminder that we have got a revised schedule for event 401, that final, so please do make sure, if you are unsure, to go down to the withdrawals desk and check. And at the end of that, out in lane 3, the first time goes to Seb Williams with a time of 2 minutes, 0.00.58. Okay, we have some more confirmed finalists. This is for event 404. Change a little bit to the schedule. So we have Martina Calabasque, Emily Celafini, Thomasina Grove, Lavina Rica, Veronica Venuti, Beatrice Pickering, Kayla Van Zyl, and Mabel Sarah Hayes with your reserves, Lila Bias and Annabelle Nash. And then in the girls 17 and over, we have Isabel Eiley, Amelia Magalocchio, Maya Curlew, Katie Latham, Kira Mercado, Evelyn Charlotte Cole, Scarlett Bureau, and Hannah Strover with your reserves, Matilda Lack and Blythe Jolly Ellis. Reminder, this is for event 404. Please do go and check down at the withdrawals desk if you are in this event, and of course, if you'd like to withdraw. This is heat number 9. Off and underway then in this 200-meter freestyle. And in lane 1 down to 8, we have Martin van Domeslaar, Sammy Benedir, Willie Mervine, Lucas Malsev, Owen Roberts, Mark Milburn, Kenneth Chukwu, Harris Eze, and Richie Grant. Ranging here in this age category 14 to 17. So most of the swimmers are actually aiming for different finals later on this evening. In lane 4 then in the lead at the moment, that is Lucas Malsev of Hackney Aquatics. Came in with a time of 2:01.71. And at the moment he's on a track to qualify the fastest out of this individual heat. Well, he's led from start to finish. Lucas Malsev in lane 4 will qualify with a time 2 minutes, .00.44. About 1.5 seconds in front of his nearest competitor. Nicely done by Lucas Malsev. Heat number 10. Well, off and underway in heat number 10, lane 1 down to 8. We have Thomas Flynn, Raheel Mahmood, Joseph Adams, Henry Gray, Edward Marcel Whittles, Cameron Carlos, Jimmy Dakin, and Tim Kerdar. Again, this is from 15 to 18, so different age groups. So if they don't get the number 1 time in this one, it doesn't quite matter because they might still qualify. Into the closing stages of this 10th heat of 12 and leading the way and getting the fastest time by no surprise if you've been watching the stream or in venue all weekend. It is Edward Marcel Whittles with a time of 1:55.41 to all but confirm himself in a final place later on. Heat number 11. Well, in lane 1 down to 8 then we have Sami Katalui, David Ioniascu, Mehmet Zelin, Alian Din, Tommy Evans, Pip Sinpos, Justinas Klas-Lucas and Jameson McLaren. All ranging here from 14 to 19. So once again, it is all up to whether they can get the fastest time in their age category, not necessarily out of the pool at the moment. A reminder to all swimmers that once you are done by the poolside, please make sure you are A, dried off, and B, wearing footwear. Doesn't have to be shoes. You can put some slippers on, you can put some sliders on, put some Crocs on. Apparently they've been making a comeback recently. Doesn't really matter what footwear, as long as you are wearing something on your feet when you leave the poolside. And leaving the poolside in a second, with the fastest time of the pool in that heat will be Tommy Evans from lane 5 with a time of 1:56.59. Heat number 12. This is the last of these heats of the boys 200-meter freestyle in lane 1. Down to 8, we have Alexander Laurie, Sonny Thomas, Nick Finch, Jamie Cleaver, Llewellyn Porter, Timothy LaBearle, Billy Bainbridge, and Kevin Sow. And at the moment, it is in that middle lane, lane 4, Jamie Cleaver, who is out in front. Okay, this is a call out for Sheila Toomey. Sheila Toomey, can you please come up to the announcing desk immediately, please? Thank you. This is the girls 11 years and over 200-meter butterfly heat number 1. We're off and underway in this 200-meter butterfly, lane 3, down to 6. We have Faith Martin, Ruby Blumel, Katie Won, and Ellie Lewis. We've got two 15-year-olds, a 13 and a 14-year-old in this. 2 representatives in lanes 4 and 5 from Cannon Swiss Cottage, all aiming to get the best times they can in these preliminary qualifying heats. Leading the way at the minute then at the halfway stage in lane 6 is Ellie Lewis. He's just out in front for Orpington OJs. I've seen a lot of their shirts dashing around here throughout their day and weekend. But she is in a neck-and-neck battle at the moment with Canon Swiss Cottage's very own KT1. Well, at the end of this opening butterfly in lane 5, KT1 gets a time of 2:26.64, closely followed by Ellie Lewis in lane 6. And just behind them in lane 4 and lane 3, we have Ruby Blumel and Faith Martin. Heat number 2. So as the 200-metre butterfly in the girls section is underway, I've got confirmed finalists for the boys 200-metre freestyle. We have Edward Marcel Whittles, Llewellyn Porter, Tommy Evans, Mehmet Zerim, Alexander Laurie, Nick Finch, Thomas Flynn and Pip Sinbos, with your reserves Joseph Adams, Billy Brainbush and Kevin Sow. And then in the 17 and over we have Jamie Cleaver, Jimmy Dakin, Cameron Carlos, Ariane Din, Martin van Domeslaar, Sami Kodrui, Mark Milburn and Jonathan Rudd, with your reserves Timothy LaBelle and William Irvine. Once more, you can go down to the withdrawals desk if you want to withdraw, or just to double check whether you will be partaking in the finals or not. Well, into the closing stages of this second heat of the butterfly. The crowd certainly ramping up and cheering them on in some capacity anyway. In lane 7, just edging out in front of the minute. That's Jessica Long, and she's gone all the way here. Can she get there first? Just about by about 1/10 of a second. Getting a time of 2:37.33. Jessica Long in lane 7. Heat number 3. So out in the lane 4 at the moment is Gaemon Beetham, who is out in front. Currently with a time of 31.47 after the opening 50 metres. Well, overall then, in this heat from lanes 1 to 8, we have Piper Baker, Holly Wiseman-Lee, Alicia Corver, Inez Gaemon Beetham, who is still out in front by a comfortable margin at the moment, Victoria Bunamovic, Tierney Rooney, Alex Barrett, and Ella Kilby. Well, in lane 4 then, Inez Beetham, Gaemon Beetham gets the faster time, 2:19.31. Heat number 4. So out in lane 4 at the moment. In the lead is Erica passing Skates of Barking and Dagenham Aquatics. And we're about halfway through this 200-metre butterfly. Well, coming in to finish off then is Erica Packin's Skate in lane 4 with a nice time there, 2:18.04. And then coming in closely behind is Emily Simmons in lane 5, about 7 seconds behind, in fact. Such was the pace of Erica Packin's Skate. Heat number 5. Well, it's out and away we go. And a tremendous start over in lane 1 for Julia Paulick for Hillingdon Swimming Club. She's absolutely raced ahead from that start. Remarkable stuff. And she is, in fact, in the lead. Onwards down from that, we have in lane 2 down to 8, Cambarebo Cascadeza, Oliver Hanley. Sorry, my apologies, reading the wrong list there. In lane 2, we have Evie Beringer Fleming, Lucy Fielding, Julimar Avila, Rachel Harris, Indigo Spence, Garant Ferreira, and Ada Mortar. And out in the lead at the minute still is lane 1. About equal, I'd say, with lane 4, Julimar Avila. So out in front now is Julimar Avila, out in lane 4. About halfway through this 200-metre butterfly, the final of these heats, before we move on to the 100-metre breaststroke. So out in lane 4. Flying ahead is Julimar Avila, led from start to finish, the 25-year-old of Chelsea and Westminster. Touches the board to get a time of 2:23.46. This is the boys 11 and over 100 meter breaststroke, heat number 1. Well, lights out and away we go. And in lane 3, we have Luca Riedard, followed by Sebastian Thurlow and Dimi Dragunov. Well, getting the fastest time there, Dimi Dragunov in lane 5 with a time of 1:16.39. Heat number 2. Well, in this event now, in this second heat, from lanes 1 to 8, we have Luke Knight, Comabello Kakiza, Oliver Hanley, Dylan Jackson, Elijah Blue Napolitano, Ashton Ifagene, Dima Danielenko, and Thomas Roberts. Getting the fastest time there over in this near side, lane 1, Luke Knight, with a time of 1:13.15. Heat number 3. So we have some confirmed finalists for event 406. In the girls' element 16, we have Erica Passin Skate, Inez Guimon Beetham, Julia Paulick, Lucy Fielding, Tierney Rooney, Indigo Spence, Evie Young, and Charlotte Shaw. And then the reserves, Victoria Bunamovic and Bella Everett. And then in the 17 and over, we have Julia Marvila, Emily Simmons, Holly Wiseman-Lee, Evie Beringer-Fleming, Alicia Corver, Rachel Harris, Blythe Jolly-Ellis, Cassie Stluke, and your reserve, Alex Barrett. Please make sure to go down to the draw desk to check that through. Well, into the closing stages of this one then. Who will get there first? And it is lane 5, Victor Gould, with a time of 1:14.0. Heat number 4. Well, into the final stages here in lane 3 is Lachlan Myers, who gets across the line with a time of 1:09.94 in this heat. Heat number 5. Well, we're off and underway here in Heat 5. Well, okay, across the 8 lanes, we have Crosby Berham, followed by Joshua Singer, Anderson Daffy, Gabriel Barrett, Taurus Yaniveskius, Arthur Greenwalker, Nam Lay, and Nino Sato Figueroa. Coming into the closing stages now, very close here, but lane 4 just edging it out in front of the minute. Gabriel Barrett, can he hold on? No, he can't. It looks like lane 5 is just creeping up on it. Who will get there first? And just about, in fact, it's lane 7 out of nowhere. Namlay getting a time of 1:12.52. Heat number 6. And in lane 4, then it's Kadeen Jemmett that is just pushing out in front in lane 4 in this 6 feet, touching the timing board with a great time of 1:11.38. Heat number 7. Heat number 7. Well, in this 7 feet then of 50 seconds gone on the clock, all aiming for around sub 1 minute now. Definitely within their reach. As they get closer and closer to that yellow timing board in lane 4, it is Gordon Lee with a time of 1:05.01. Heat number 8. Well, from lanes 1 to 8 here, we have Jeremiah Kaniji, Marco Roberts, Isaac Zawada, Matthew Rogers, Adam Wong, Josh Inglis, Joe Vickers, and Kel L. Nitamoa. Well, bobbing up and down towards the end, very close between lanes 4 and 3. That's Zahada and Rogers who will get there first. Just pushing out in front is lane 4, which is Matthew Rogers with a time of 1:03.9. heat number 9. So in this final heat, we have Daniel Taylor, Mark Milburn, Alexander Korver, Pravin Mahandalakumar, Callum Wolfenden, Sebastian Pickering, Lucas Baum and Charlie Rogers. This is the girls 11 and over 400 metre freestyle, heat number 1. So only 2 competitors in this one, in lane 3 and lane 4. Lane 4 and lane 5 for some reason. Fortunately, our timing board is displaying that wrong. But we do have Ellie Lewis and Mia Hughes in the pool at the minute for Orpington OJs and Bromley. So we have our confirmed finalists then for event 407, the boys 11 to 16 100 metre breaststroke. We have the following: Adam Wong, Josh Inglis, Alexander Corver, Edward Robinson, Finlay Gillam, Jeremiah Kaniji, Lachlan Myers and Lucas Bottom, with Charlie Rogers and Ollie Warner, your reserves. And then the 17 and over, Matthew Rogers, Isaac Zawada, Gordon Lee, Pravin Mahantalakumar, Leito, Callum Wolfenden, Sam Cornish and Luke Oladelli Jose, with your reserves Sebastian Pickering and Mark Milburn. Once again, if you want to withdraw, you have only around probably about half an hour now to get down to that withdrawal desk to do so for any of the finals. And if you are one of the reserves, make sure to go check down at the withdrawal desk to see if you've been called up. And finishing up there in lane 5 is me, who's with a time of 4:45.41. These, remember, are heat declared winners, so there'll be no finals, so they need to get the fastest time possible now in hopes of getting that medal. Heat number 3. A quick correction there. I did, in fact, mean heat 2, jumping the gun a little bit, but thankfully none of our swimmers jumped the gun, with all of them having successful starts. In lane 2 to 7, then, we have Ava Holt, Izzy Trainer, Palumi Salu, Maisie van der Plug, Ellie Fries, and Caitlin Tinker. Out in lane 6, Ellie Freeze getting the fastest time for 46.02. Heat number 3. Well, just before we talk about this third heat, we have to just do a quick announcement. Can I ask, every finalist and reserve that is not currently swimming or about to swim, can you please go to the withdrawals desk immediately, please? That is so that you can withdraw if you would like to, and also you can sign out if you are not competing later on. Coaches as well, if you are aware that a swimmer has left that is due to be in a final, please go down to the withdrawals desk. We are currently running around 25 minutes behind schedule, and if you can help cooperate with this, we might just be able to get back on track. Thank you. In lane 1 to 8 then, or sorry to say 1 to 7, we have Sandy Dizoderovich, Zoe Everett, Hannah Strover, Phoebe Cousins, Isabel Carlos, Katie One, and Tara De Jager. Okay, can please everyone stay where you are? That is the message I am currently being told. Please stay where you are until further information is available. Thank you. So just a reminder, please do stay where you are until further information is available. When that information is available, I will let you know immediately. But please do stay where you are. Thank you. So once more, despite the current announcement going on, please do stay in your seats until further information is available. Well, I may as well confirm the result there of our swimmers. That event, or that heat, is done. We're moving on to our next one. Just proceed as normal. Once more, just to clarify, please remain where you are despite the emergency tannoy going off. Please do remain seated and where you are. Well, you heard the man. Everybody back to their location. I believe we're all good and all clear. So hopefully we can proceed with the swimming. If coaches, if you can actually get your swimmers back in the building if they have departed, and vice versa, swimmers, if you know your coaches have left the building, please do make sure to get them back into their position, please and thank you. Once again, just giving you the all clear. I've had confirmation now. Situation is over and we are good to go. You can remain calm, you can remain seated, and we can continue with the swimming. Heat number 4. So at the start of Heat 4, we can go through our list. In lane 1 down to 8. Without lane 6, we have Malika Onabroush, Poppy Weaver, Alexandra Down, Poppy Jeffrey, Eva Murray, Edie, should I say, McGrath, and Ada Mortar. Can we please have Hannah Stover and Phoebe Cubbins? Hannah Stover and... Let me just reiterate that. Can we have Hannah Stover and Phoebe Covens to the referee's desk immediately, please? That is Hannah Stover and Phoebe Covens to the referee's desk immediately. Thank you. Well, into the final stages of this fourth heat, out of 6. And leading the way at the moment in lane 5 is Eva Murray. Getting closer and closer, touches the timing pad, turns around and then back up the other end. But it is getting very close between herself and lane 7's Edie McGrath. Of course, this is heat declared winner, so they've got to do their best now. They haven't got finals to try and make up for any maybe lost time that they've had. They've got to keep pushing and keep doing the best they can. And out in lane 5, still about leading the way is Eva Murray, only by about an arm's length or so over lane 7's Edie McGrath, but getting closer and closer. The ball is in her court, and here she goes, touching the time pad with a time of 4:41.35. Heat number 5. So in heats 5 of 6 in these time finals, we have Monica Marine, Isabel Thanasoulas, Rebecca Coogan, Phoebe Chadwick, Martina Calabask, Eleanor Chadwick, and Beatrice Jess, as well as Constance Naranjo. into the final stages then of this fifth heat, and leading the way at the moment in lane 6, Eleanor Chadwick. Her time at the moment of 56.45. And if she can try and do a similar lap now, she will comfortably be the fastest thus far. And getting there first in the end, it is Eleanor Chadwick with a time of 4:31.36. About 5 seconds quicker than her previous teammate. Heat number 6. So this is the final heat of the day. Final heat of the day. Some happy faces around for that announcement indeed. In lane 1 then down to 8 we have Kezia Titterton, Jessica Arundale, and then in lane 4 Amelia Bryan, followed by Sala Bernholt, Lauren Mew, Lola Burns and Isla Roberts. Very close at the moment between lane 4 and lane 5. That is definitely the one to keep an eye on in the closing stages of this final heat. That being Amelia Bryan and Sala Bernholt of Beckenham and Barnet Copthall. And into the closing stages we go then, and in lane 4 just about takes it Amelia Bryan with a time of 4:20.06, just about beating Sala Bernholt by around about 5/100ths of a second. And that does conclude our heat. So swimmers, please do leave the pool immediately so we can get on with our warm-ups. But before that, it is time for our safety announcement, the final one of the weekend. You are reminded that the depth of the water at the shallow end is 1.99 metres, as it is also 1.99 metres at the deep end. Starting blocks are 650 millimetres above water level at both ends of the pool. If there is a false start, you must continue with a shallow racing dive. You must not topple into the water head downwards, as this is dangerous. If you are starting in the water, you must lower yourself over the side. Do not jump or dive. The signal that you will hear, if it becomes necessary to evacuate the building, will be a loud siren. To evacuate the building, all those present must use the marked emergency exits and must follow the direction of facility staff. Swimmers and officials must not return to the changing rooms to collect their clothes or belongings. In line with the revised recommendations from Swim England, the promoters of this event confirm that you may engage in any still, video, zoom or close-range photography without needing to pre-register. We do ask, however, that you make yourselves aware of current Swim England guidance for best practice, which is published online. Please assist us to ensure that image capturing devices and the subsequently captured images are both used considerately and appropriately. And finally, flash photography is prohibited throughout the event with a specific exception for any official photographers appointed by the meet promoters. Swimmers, you may now begin your warm-ups for the next 20 minutes. 20 minutes of warm-ups may now begin.
Coaches, your start sheets are available from the timing desk.
Well, confirmation of some medals then from event 408. We've got the bronze here for Eleanor Chadwick. Casey Titterton gets the silver, with Sala Bernhardt getting the gold. And then in the 17 and over from event 408, we have Edie McGrath with the bronze, Jessica Arndale with the silver, and Amelia Bryan getting the gold. Well, swimmers, if you can start to finish up your warm-ups, we'll be getting off and underway in our finals very, very soon. This is the boys 11 and over 200 meter individual medley final. In lane 1, we have Henry Norman. Lane 2, Brian Dinev. Lane 3, Nick Finch. Lane 4, Henry Gray. Lane 5, Edward Marcel Whittles. Lane 6, Llewellyn Porter. Lane 7, Raheel Mahmood. And lane 8, Aidan Orpin. This is the boys 11 to 16 200 meter individual medley final. Can we please make sure all the finalists are in marshalling, please? All finalists down to marshalling, please, and thank you. Once again, a quick hello to everyone on the live stream. Welcome back for these finals. We've got around, I think, about 15 to 20 to get through. It should take us around 30 to 40 minutes. Some very exciting ones coming up. At the moment, we have our 200-meter individual medleys, and out in front at the moment in lane 5, I believe, is Marcel Whittles. He has been ever present in the top of the leaderboard throughout the weekend, and he still remains there now. Comes into this with the best qualifying time for Chelsea and Westminster with a time of 2:06.77, and he will be looking to try and claim another gold medal for this weekend. And there at the end, we have a winner for the gold with a time of 2:04.3. Once again in lane 5, Edward Marcel Whittles gets the gold. Please welcome your finalists for the 17 and over 200 meter individual medley final. In lane 4, we have Matthew Rogers. And lane 5, William Irvine. This is the 17 and over 200 meter individual medley final. Well, lights out and away we go. Only 2 competitors here, so let's give them a bit of encouragement, please. Glassmill. Nice to know the crowd is responsive this evening, with 2 competitors in the pool at the minute. Bromley and Sutton and Cheam being represented in lanes 4 and lanes 5. Well, into the final, 25 metres to this one, and in lane 4, looking like they're going to wrap up the gold here, is Matthew Rogers, representing Bromley Swimming Club. And he is bobbing along, swimming along, and he is absolutely loving this swimming wonderland as he gets a time of 2:08.04 in lane 4. This is the girls' 11 and over 50 meter freestyle. In lane 1, we have Annie Sanders. Lane 2, Beatrice Pickering. Lane 3, Julia Paulick. Lane 4, Mabel Sarah Hayes. Lane 5, Kezia Titterton. Lane 6, Elsa Bridge. Lane 7, Sophia Galab. And lane 8, Indigo Spence. This is the girls' 11 and over 50 meter freestyle final. Well, we're off and underway in this 50 meter freestyle. One end of the pool and then back again. That will have this final wrapped up. All looking to do their best here to try and get that gold medal. We are looking at lane 4 for Mabel Sarah Hayes, who came in with a time of 27.25. It's incredibly close, so it looks as if, though, lane 3 is just edging out in front. Who has got there first? And it is actually lane 5, Kezia Titterton, who gets the gold with a time of 27.28. This is the girls 17 and over 50 meter freestyle final. In lane 1, we have Matilda Lack. Lane 2, Emma Boogan. Lane 3, Lilu Says. Lane 4, Katie Latham. Lane 5, Amelia Bryan. Lane 6, Isabel Eiley. Lane 7, Tallulah Paisley. And lane 8, Annabelle Wilson. This is the 17 and over 50 meter freestyle final. So we are off and underway then, 25 metres to go already in this. The crowd favourite was clearly Amelia Bryan, got a grousing reception, but it's the one in lane 4, Katie Latham. She's been a gold medalist all weekend. She'll be a gold medalist again here for Bromley with a time of 25.6. Katie Latham is your winner. This is the boys 11 and over 50 meter backstroke final. In lane 1 we have Sam Adams. Lane 2 Noah Oladele Ahose. Lane 3 Mehmet Zelin. Lane 4 Henry Gray. In lane 5 Joseph Adams. Lane 6, Aidan Orpin. Lane 7, Lucas Malsev. And lane 8, Storm Hagen Hugen. This is your boys 11 and over 50 meter backstroke final. Lights out and away we go then in this backstroke final. Out in lane 3 we have the banana man himself, Mehmet Zerim, looking to get the victory in this one. And he's doing ever so well at the moment, but just pushing out ahead. Here's lane 4 and lane 5. Who's going to get there first? Who will get the gold medal? It looks as if it might be lane 5, and it is indeed lane 5. It goes to Joseph Adams, who gets the gold medal, followed by Henry Gray in lane 4. And Mehmet Zerin, the banana man, gets it on the bronze. This is the boys 17 and over 50 meter backstroke final. In lane 1 we have Jonathan Rood. Lane 2, Oscar Sulas. Lane 3, Shaquille Giordani. Lane 4, Jason Mamatoglu. Lane 5, James Sproston. Lane 6, Brandon Biss. Lane 7, Aaron Wilson. And lane 8, Lorenzo Dufour. This is a boys 17 and over 50 meter backstroke final. We're off and underway now in this second final of the boys 11 and over 50 metre backstroke final. And out in lane 4, wonderfully done there. Bert creeping up behind in lane 3, looks to have done it to grab the gold medal at the death. And indeed it does. Shaquille Giordani with the 25.47 time to claim the gold. This is the girls 11 and over 100 metre backstroke final. In lane 1 we have Kayla Van Ziel. Lane 2 Veronica Venuti. Lane 3 Thomasina Grove. Lane 4 Martina Calabas. Lane 5 Emily Serafini. Lane 6, Lavina Rica. Lane 7, Beatrice Pickering. And in lane 8, Sarah Mabel Hayes. This is the girls 11 and over 100 metre backstroke final. We have our confirmed medalist winners now from event 401. Nick Finch with the bronze, Henry Gray with the silver, and Edward Marcel Wiltels with the gold. And Roger Matthews getting the gold, and William Irvine for the 17 and over. In the 402 events, we have the bronze, silver and gold for Julia Paulick, Mabel Sarah Hayes, who's currently competing, and Casey Titterton. And in the 402 for the girls 17 and over, Katie Latham gets the gold, Isabel Eiley with the silver, and Amelia Bryan with the bronze. And finally, in event 403, the bronze, silver and gold go to Mehmet Zerin, Henry Gray and Joseph Adams, and James Sproston, Jason Mematoglu, and Shaquille Giordani. Into the final stretch now of this backstroke, who is going to take it very close. I'm going to say lane 4, and that is indeed the case. Martina Calabas gets a time of 104.43. This is the girls 17 and over 100 metre backstroke final. In lane 1, we have Hannah Strover. Lane 2, Kira McCardle. Lane 3, Maya Curlew. Lane 4, Isabel Eiley. Lane 5, Amelia Magiloko. Lane 6, Katie Latham. Lane 7, Evelyn Charlotte Cole. And in lane 8, Blythe Jolly Ellis. This is the girls 17 and over 100 metre backstroke final. Off and underway then in this 100 metre backstroke final. We've got representatives of Orpington OJs, Leander, Enfield, Hackney, Camden, Bromley, Anaconda. And then in the age targets, we have 17 to 25 in the 17 and over category. 25 metres down already. And on to the final stretch they go. At the moment, very, very close between lanes 4 and lanes 5. Isabel Eiley and Amelia Magaloko trying their hardest to beat each other, both turning around at the same time and heading to the other end. Only 25 meters to go now in this 100-meter backstroke final for the 17 and overs, and just pushing out ahead. It is in lane 4. It's Isabel Eiley of Hackney Aquatics. She will get there first. She will claim the gold in a time of 102.43. This is the boys 11 and over 200-meter freestyle final. In lane 1, we have Kevin Sal. Lane 2, Alexander Laurie. Lane 3, Tommy Evans. Lane 4, Edward Marcel Whittles. Lane 5, Llewellyn Porter. Lane 6, Nick Finch. Lane 7, Joseph Adams. And in lane 8, Billy Bainbridge. This is your boys 11 and over 200-meter freestyle final. Just a reminder to all our medalist winners, please do go down to the medals table to collect your medals. You've done incredibly well to win them, and we do not want them to go to waste. So make sure to go down and collect them before you do leave the venue. And just confirmation now of some medal winners themselves. In the event 404, we have Emily Serafini, Lavina Rica, and Martina Carabas with the bronze, silver, and gold. And bronze, silver, and gold again for Katie Latham, Amelia Magaloko, and Isabel Eiley. Looking to get a gold medal now towards the timing board. Just turning around, looking at the moment in the lead. It is Llewellyn Porter in lane 5. Well, who can claim the gold medal here? Lane 5, Llewellyn Porter just down in front, but could Marcel Whittles nick it? No! Llewellyn Porter is your gold medalist with a time of 1:56.45. This is the boys 17 and over 200-meter freestyle final. In lane 1, we have Jonathan Rudd. Lane 2, Sammy Quadrui. Lane 3, Ariane Din. Lane 4, Jamie Cleaver. Lane 5, Jimmy Dakin. Lane 6, Martin van Dommerslaar. And lane 7, Mark Milburn. This is your boys 17 and over 200-meter freestyle final. And getting the gold medal now, Jamie Cleaver with a time of 1:51.37. Looking absolutely delighted. Nice to see that nice handshake between himself and Lane 3's Ariane Din. Both of those getting the gold and silver medal. This is the girls 11 and over 200 meter butterfly final. In lane 1, we have Evie Young. Lane 2, Tierney Rooney. Lane 3, Julia Paulick. Lane 4, Erica passing skates. Lane 5, Inez Glimond Beetham. Lane 6, Lucy Fielding. Lane 7, Indigo Spence. And lane 8, Charlotte Shaw. This is a girls 11 and over 200 meter butterfly final. Confirmed medal winners then of event 405, Tommy Evans, Edwin Marcel Whittles and Llewellyn Porter. And from the 17 and overs category, Jimmy Dakin, Ariane Din and Jamie Cleaver. Coming to the tail end of this 200 meter butterfly then, and in the lead at the moment is Erica passing skate. She gets close to that timing line, touches the board and then flips around again. She is in the lead by about 1.5 seconds ahead of Julia Paulick in lane 3. And still going here in the 200 meter butterfly, getting there. It is indeed number 4, Erica passing skate with a time of 2:18.56. This is the boys 17, sorry, the girls, should I say, girls 17 and over 200 meter butterfly final. In lane 1, Alex Barrett. Lane 2, Rachel Harris. Lane 3, Holly Wiseman Lee. Lane 4, Julimar Avila. Lane 5, Emily Simmons. Lane 6, Evie Beringer Fleming. And lane 7, Cassie Strluck. This is the girls 17 and over 200 meter butterfly final. And as we approach the final part of this final, the gold medalist is Julia Maravilla with a time of 2:21.34. This is the boys 11 and over 100 meter breaststroke final. In lane 1 we have Lachlan Myers. Lane 2 Finlay Gillum. Lane 3 Alexander Korver. Lane 4 Adam Wong. Lane 5 Josh Inglis. Lane 6, Edward Robinson. Lane 7, Jeremiah Carnegie. And lane 8, Charlie Rogers. This is the boys 11 and over 100 meter breaststroke final. Confirmation of some medals then in the girls 11 to 16 and event 406. Bronze, silver and gold go to Julia Paulick, Inez Guimont Beetham and Erica Passon-Skate. And in the 17 and over, Rachel Harris gets the bronze, Emily Simmons the silver and Julia Maravilla gets the gold. Well, we're approaching the tail end of this event and the tail end of this final. And in lane 4, getting the gold, Adam Wong with a time of 1:03.6. This is the boys 17 and over 100 meter breaststroke final. In lane 1, Luke Oladelli Jose. Lane 2, Lei Aito. Lane 3, Gordon Lee. Lane 4, Matthew Rogers. Lane 5, Isaac Zawada. Lane 6, Pravin Mahandlakumar. Lane 7, Sam Cornish. And lane 6, Mark Milburn. This is your boys 17 and over 100 meter breaststroke final. Well, we're off and away in our final event of the weekend here at the Swim England London Winter Championships. So, if I can ask the crowd and swimmers that are not competing, let's cheer along as much as we can our swimmers in the final event of the weekend. I know we're all tired, but let's give them the best encouragement we possibly can as they try and push for that final gold medal on offer. Out in lane 3 and lane 6, I want to say, very close indeed as they head down the final 25 meters. And they're going all the way here. Who is going to be able to get that final gold medal? Lane 6 and lane 3 battling up against it, but it will be lane 6 that gets it. It's Mahendra Kumar who's managed to get it out in lane 6, the final gold medal of the weekend, with a time of 102.02. Well, thank you very much if you have attended, if you have competed, if you have coached, if you've supported, whatever you have done this weekend. We very much appreciate your time and effort, and a thank you as well to all our volunteers. Right, a big thank you as well to all our technical officials, referees and starters from across the weekend. You've been excellent and we very much appreciate your efforts. Once again, a big thank you to everyone. Everyone, you may now leave the poolside and get off home. Confirmation of our medal winners then in that last event. Josh Inglis